Actually, I don't even know. Can you add emoji to Discord? I feel like you should be able to. I mean, not Discord, Mixer. Oh, that music is way too loud. One second. There we go. Yeah, I got it. Dude, I'm in control. I was also quiet because I was away from the microphone. Shit happens, man, you know. Just fail in my attempt to get my hair in order, and then we will be looking at my desktop. What's up, Veek? Veek was doing a stream earlier today. You can check him out on Instagram or something. Check that hair out, though. Holy fuck. Looking good. Alright. Music still seems a little too loud. I'll fix that in a sec. Looks a little bit more reasonable now. Check that out. Excellent. All right. It's time to continue what we were doing yesterday. In theory, I've fixed the problem that we were having. Turns out the problem was I actually had lock.63 here because that's how I'm used to writing locations, but I forgot custom script can't parse that. It can only do raw location numbers. And I don't think it can do area yet. So I'm going to add that documentation so that I can look at it next time I'm crashing. Yeah. There you go. That's saved. Excellent. Okay. So, let's see if we're in business or not. I just see Born and I think, oh yeah, that's Stormborne. No, it is not. Pranked. But man, I finally feel like we're getting somewhere. I finally feel like we're maybe sorta close to figuring out our issues. Could you imagine if we didn't have any issues with AI anymore? Could you imagine? Could you imagine if we could unfuck the AI? I cannot imagine, but I can dream. Well, I think the problem with Zerg was always that that for some reason they didn't work out as well as the other AIs. And I think it's related to how they produce units. So. Dude, they are getting... Oh no, some of these are protections and other of these are attacks. And they can't figure out what they want to do, so they're going to send 2 Zerglings in. So we still know that under attack is not working properly. But hey, they started to attack something down there. I love watching their AI just their internal AI get reassigned in the middle of shit as they attempt to marshal a force. Oh yeah, we'll just. Oh no, we're gonna go down here now. Bye. It's like okay, thanks. Now again, they will only, in theory, request. I should have added debug messages to this. But they will, in theory, only request defense units. As far as building them goes, they will build they will build attack units, obviously, but they'll only train defensive units when they are being attacked. So right now their base is under attack. They will request defensive units, right? And there's like a minimum delay of like 5 seconds that this can be active for before it starts to reset. So they shouldn't be requesting units anymore. So there's that. Get bullied. Get Vorvelinged. Something is very wrong with the Vorveling morph. I haven't seen it happen to the Basilisk morph, so it's something related to the animation, I guess. I wonder if it's probably got something to do with like this using an older animation. I wonder if I import the new iScript spin, will that fix itself? Or just take I don't even know what unit I used for that, but. So in this case, they still have a lot of money that they're not using, right? So something is still clogging up their requests because they got larvae. So they definitely can do stuff. Don't mind us. Just sidestep past that degenerate. Oh, sorry. We have to move back now. Bye. We'll attack you with 6 Zerglings. Glad you're seriously here this time. No, other Zergs haven't been touched really, so I wouldn't expect them to do well. They are building workers now, notably. But the workers shouldn't clog up their requests, is my thinking. There's no reason for them to clog up requests with workers, because they have wait, build, start in between and all that, right? So I don't know, in theory it shouldn't take them so long to start working on stuff again. Like, now they rebuilt a bunch of colonies, but they are morphing them and they are building on top of this. They did get their lair. They didn't always get their lair before. It's just like, I shouldn't have to wait for like 4 minutes into the script to see this sort of behavior starting when they start out with this much money. +1 armor. All my pretty Vorbas. What the fuck? Ah! Right. So the lack of separation between attack units and defense units is definitely a big deal, but yeah, like, see, now they're doing stuff, but I don't know what switch flips in their fucking head where they think, okay, now we can work on this stuff. Like, what were you hanging up on? You know what I mean? So, like, I know that this is towards the end of the road here, so I'm gonna end it now, and I'm just gonna open up this log, and I'm gonna go towards the bottom whenever it lets me. Yeah, but at that point, you're not really working with AI, are you? It's like, what the fuck? All right, so they've got a guard. So again, we're looking for player 6. So we have. All right, I'm done with that one. Oh, check out all of my requests. So these are defense calls, I think. Right, and then the rest of these are attacks, probably. But they were only there for a single frame, which is pretty epic. And then nothing. Nothing! Just nothing. For frames upon frames upon frames. Not a single thing. Alright, here we go again. And they don't have a single build request in here. Like, they're not even looping through them now. Well, there's just, like, there's no reason that I, like, from a code-based perspective, that you should need to do this. Like, the request system must be so fucking poorly put together that it just, like, there's just no saving it, basically. I just want to figure out how to work within the system while still accomplishing what I want to do, which is, in this case, an AI that manages 3 towns at the beginning of the game, and then expands and proxies and does all this other stuff. But they shouldn't need time to process their requests. The priority of those requests should dictate how they are processed. And yet there's shit that is higher priority than anything that they've got here that is just not being addressed. Like, I don't even see the build requests in here. I have not seen a single build request for player 6, besides workers. Which obviously aren't even considered build requests. Well, I observed no difference when I had it set to 1, 2, or 0, so I don't think so. There is no 3. 3 gives you an error. As it should be. So here we got it again. So maybe now the the build requests are too small. Because the lowest priority I'm seeing in there is 60 for training units. And I think I set all of the priorities for, like... Well, they're obviously getting upgrades. But I set everything below 60 here in priorities. So... I'm thinking we just up the ante here. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. Look. The priority of creep colonies is 74, 77, 76. And yet in here we don't see them anywhere. Not a single place. What the fuck? I don't even know where I am. I'm pretty much towards the bottom here. Okay, right here, it looks like this is where they got it. And yeah, it's priority 77. 75 for the creep colony. 78 for an upgrade. And what was before that? Like, what could be... What could be declaring? I don't get it. Like, what could possibly be stopping them? No, iQuare doesn't know either. What iQuare knows is that we need a new system. That's what he knows. But that's not very helpful for right now, while we have to work within this shitty system. Oh, wait, hold on. I've got to... Oops. I don't think we're going to see anything different with under attack disabled. They're being bullied. This isn't fair. But again, like, plenty of money, plenty of time, no rebuilding whatsoever. Just straight up nothing. They're getting upgrades, but they're not doing anything. They're morphing at, you know, defensive units. Which, okay, yeah, they need defensive units, clearly. They're gonna get kissed. It's over. But even so, if they had built their fucking colonies, they probably wouldn't be in this situation. So why don't they build their fucking colonies? What could possibly be changed here to make it so that their colonies are built? Every single one of their towns is separate, yes. Every proxy, every expansion, and each one of their starting bases is their own town. That's why they're all tied to the center. They wouldn't be like this if they were the same town. See what happens. Still not seeing any morphing of any... Oh, there you go. Oh, they rebuilt it faster this time. Not really a whole lot going on down here. Yeah, raising the priority seems to have helped. We'll see by how much. But we're still getting into a soft state where we... Oh, they're definitely keeping their money low now, which is good. But we're still getting into that soft state of the same thing that Under Attack was supposed to solve, right? Where... the priorities of defensive units are going way up. And thus dwarfing everything else. I don't know what you're talking about. That hasn't been a problem for a long time. It's a problem with drones specifically sometimes because they have a different order that hasn't been hooked yet, as far as I understand. But I can't say that for certain. And that's not to do with... It's just to do with other drones in the area. So it's not uniquely... I don't know. I don't remember. T1 was a long time ago, man. But we've had the unit mover instated for quite a while. I still don't understand why I found there was a psychotic... What was that? I don't even remember what it was. It was like an Ultralisk Cavern request, I think. It was something very strange. Since it does passively attack anyway with a bunch of units that get pathed around bases, I think it's okay to delay its first strike just a bit. Maybe that will help. I definitely coded the AI and built up its town threads and all that with, you know, before I had a proper understanding of what the AI really wanted to do, and or just how they worked with priorities and stuff. I never thought it would be defensive units being the issue, though. Because, like, in theory, you just ignore them. You just ignore those requests because you can't satisfy them. But, obviously, they don't. Which is why I was talking about on your stream, Veek. I mentioned that we might have to go in and do a system where we actually have conditionals that check for adding defenses for certain things, right? Specifically defense builds. Something to the effect of, like, instead of just writing defense build GG 1 Ultralisk, you'd have to call a block that would check if you had a, you know, something of that nature. And if you had an Ultralisk Cavern or Greater Spire, or whatever the tech requirement for the unit was, then defense build, but otherwise, just return. And the idea of having to do that for every single fucking one, it's like just extra overhead, you know? Well, I don't know why you would use Bring Jump. I use No Towns Jump, it's much easier to write, and it does the same thing. I think. Anyway. That might be inaccurate, let me check. Well, Bring Jump makes sure that just checks if the structure is in progress. No Towns Jump, I think, checks if the structure is mostly done. But I haven't done that much testing on it. If the computer player doesn't have a unit ID, jump to block. Yeah, so it's the same thing. I do like Bing Jump, though. We gotta figure out how to add Bing Jump. Hi. Sharing space, by the way. Oh, fuck. See, this would be a super threatening attack if it actually landed. But I'm almost certain that most of this attack will not attack. Maybe a CAG will surprise me. Once in a great while, he actually commits to an attack and doesn't back out halfway through. Hi. Zerg here. Eradication. How can they possibly hope to kill the mutas? Oh, I guess they have mortar guns. Bing, bing, bong. Bong, bong, bing. So we have workers assigned to towns that they're not doing anything about again. Classic. I wonder if I made the priority of those proxies like 200 or something psychotic, would they actually go down? Would that even be advisable? It's like we got to figure out some consistently functioning system for Zerg. Like that's the biggest problem. The other AIs are serviceable. They do stuff. They can function, but nothing else, unfortunately. Yeah. This guy is taking his time. Now he needs overlords. Overlords. Interestingly, I did do farms timing, and yet he still gets fucking pranked with supply a lot. Must just create requests at a lower priority now. See, that's the thing, is there's so much shit associated with this stuff. Like when I'm talking about this, a lot of the times like I'm at a loss for like what is actually active in the area. Like what is happening in this region? What are the AI actually doing? Given a certain situation. Like, what are they requesting? There's so much shit that's behind curtains you don't have access to. You have to get a debug thing from iQuery in order to properly set it. You know, it's like, what the fuck? Annihilated. Oh no, a third enemy approaches. 3! First Cag, then Tassadar, now this. Oh, and meanwhile... Yeah, considering they've got fucking 60 enemies parked in their base, it's, they're doing okay. But again, some sort of added benefit. Or added, importance placed on... Yeah, they're fucked. They can't defend against that. Something added, again, like, as far as just giving this AI something more to do... I guess what we need to do is we need the other AIs to strike directly at the allies, right? We would need, like, Cag to really focus on Phoenix, and the Overmind to really focus on Tassadar, and Aldaris to really focus on Raynor. But we can't really do that. We can't count on that happening. Precisely because the AI will just decide, hey, since I'm also expanding behind this attack, which would be a completely viable thing to do in a melee game, because obviously I'm attacking and expanding at the same time, so I can wait for the expansion to finish while my attack distracts my opponent and scouts for me and gets me information. You know, I'm also just going to pull half of this attack force to defend it. It's like, okay. But after I give every other AI the same makeover I gave this AI, maybe we'll be in a different state. I do think that this is probably, like, even though their main fell, this is probably the most competitive I've seen them actually play. Obviously, they're not morphing all of their structures and all that, but... Although, funnily enough, if they do end up doing something to the effect of... if they get to the point where they have, you know, they're building creep colonies and stuff and morphing them, like they did this area. This is a shocker. They almost never actually put stuff properly, like get it properly set up. So, it was a shocker to me. But, as far as I'm concerned, they could still be a thorn in people's sides if they end up successfully setting up a bunch of bases around. The question is whether or not they will actually do that. Bye. They still have a spawning pool somewhere, but they don't have a Hydra Den, and apparently they don't have a request to make one either. What a disaster. Yeah, if they had started just like going whole hog on that, then maybe there would have been something there. Like, oh yeah, you can sunken creep or something. Source code of AI debug, I think iQuery has it. But I don't know. Anyway, let's see what happens when I take this same principles that informed this AI and I apply them as far as priorities go to the other AI, right? So push this AI to one side, right? Run down to CAG, check him out. Just go down the fucking numbers here. I'm pretty sure that the defenses, or the setup of the Renegades was the most complicated to work with, so at least there's that. Ah, creep colon. Was not expecting to see that. That's a good typo. Yeah, no wonder they never end up building out after this point. Oh, shit. Oh, wait, no, this is something I did recently. There we go. Just fix that. Now, that's funny. Dude, for a second I thought, holy shit, I shipped an AI that has creep colon. And, like, Pi AI just commented it out or something. Okay. What else needs to be adjusted? Anything? For the town thread? I'll check the expansions momentarily. Cool. That's done. Nice and easy. Okay. Tail end here, I think. Cool. So I think we're good here. Let's fire it up and see what happens. Okay. Well, by fire it up, I meant compile. I didn't think it was going to go that easily. One thing that this has made me think about a little bit differently is how I'm conceptualizing like when the AI is actually going to do something. And so now I'm thinking about it like I want my AI to build certain things always, and then I want my AI to build certain things only when it's not under attack or doing something else that's in theory higher priority. I was already thinking about it that way in terms of priority, but I wasn't really thinking about it as actively as far as like this is something that my AI should only do when it's not under attack. Like, that's a new sort of headspace to be in. It's kind of interesting. It'll probably come in handy later on. Cool. Done that. Time for the expansions. See here. Everything seems fine at a cursory glance. All right. Give it another go. See what happens. Of course, I still have yet to adjust attacks, and I probably want to redo some part of the, like... figure out, like, who attacks who and as their first attack and all that. I think the allied AI are probably fine with that. Like, Phoenix, I think, targets the south base, Raynor targets the northeast base, and Tassadar targets the northwest base of the Renegades. That's their first attack, and then after that, I think it varies. Although, it really only makes logical sense for them to mostly pressure the Zerg, whereas I think it makes more logical sense for the Overmind and CAG to pressure the players, and it makes logical sense for Aldaris to pressure whoever. Like, Overmind, Raynor, and the Renegades are, like, within his reach for the most part, so he'd probably be striking against them mostly, at least in the early stages of the game, and I like that. So that's probably something that I will end up doing, as far as changing the attack priorities of stuff. So let's see what happens. Now, they have indeed begun to prepare a strike. They're also taking their Ultralisk back homo. Not quite sure what's up with that. Now, I think the AI does this in general, though. I think their first attack is like something related to this or something. I don't know what's going on. They keep reassigning the units, so it's difficult to figure that out. But we already see CAG building some colonies. These two are new, I'm pretty sure. So that's pretty exciting. I think at some point I wanted to make the Overmind itself generate larvae. But maybe I could just make it so that he can produce... he can produce Ultralisks or something? I don't know. I think something should happen with him, beyond him just being an abnormal town hall, you know? Something should be done there. I'll have to think about that. Like, in theory, you'd think something should be done there, I guess. But I don't actually know. Like, that's a constant battle for me, is whether or not it makes sense to give a certain player or a certain structure some sort of... I would call it a gimmick, right? It's something doesn't quite match up with what you might expect, I guess. It's like... because on the one hand, I expect a fucking Overmind type structure to do something, to have some purpose. But on the other hand, I'm trying to adhere to consistent game design tenets, right? And so figuring out a balance for those is challenging, I think, in some ways. Because you want to tell a proper story through your gameplay with regards to the Overmind and like what it actually does and all that. But you also want to tell a consistent, or you want to deliver a consistent gameplay experience. So generally gameplay trumps story, but I'm wondering where there might be some leeway in general. He's got his expansion set up here. Get old peons once again did not work, it seems, but it's okay. Oh, you know what I probably didn't do is, I probably didn't up the priority of EXP workers. I should have. Because that is going to be a problem. Now, so I was just thinking, like, he's got larva. What's going on there? Now, these priority changes might not actually help at all anyway, but you never know. In general, they seem to be doing okay as far as this stuff is concerned. Building up. I think this is the fastest hive I've ever seen from CAG, so things are going well. What's up, Zomana? Oh, so this map is a reimagination of Eye of the Storm, where you have Tassadar, Zeratul, and Raynor initially as the heroes. In this case, the briefing establishes that Zeratul gets injured, so it's obviously alt history. I just decided to change shit up, mostly so that I could actually have Phoenix show up, because I can't voice act Zeratul, but I can do an okay Phoenix impersonation. So Phoenix was originally going to be a micro player, but we didn't have enough time to implement a MOBA type system similar to what you saw in Toddborne. That was going to be a lot of the mechanics that I have in place for Toddborne that I queer coded in were initially thought of for this map, and turned into a Nemesis map partway through development. It seemed to make sense to consider it that, since it's like obviously alternate history in a sense, where you're taking like the premise of a mission, fighting the Overmind, having certain characters there, and then changing it up to suit what you think is proper. So that's one of the things that I ended up focusing on with regards to this map, is just having you feel like you're surrounded by Zerg and try to try to spin. So the story is just killing the Overmind, but now you've got Tassadar in the bottom left, Phoenix in the bottom middle, and Raynor in the bottom right, and you're fighting against some renegades that were previously controlled by a Cerebrit that Zeratul slays in the briefing. Then you've got the Overmind himself, as well as, or their self, I guess, as well as Kag. So Kag is controlling this brood over here, and is generally a ruthless mutiling into Ultralisk Psycho Cerebrit. And then you've got Aldaris in the top right. So Aldaris's bit here is that he's actually hostile to everyone. He wants to purge ire of every alien life form, including, obviously, the Terrans. And Phoenix and Raynor have that bromance going on, so of course they don't want that. So that quickly... And obviously he doesn't like Tassadar for obvious reasons. So it was a nice justification to allow you to fight some Protoss in the middle of this free-for-all. And so your mission objectives as this one of these three players down here in the middle, in the bottom part of the map, your mission objectives are to destroy the Overmind and to defeat Aldaris's Praetorian Guard. So that's the bit, anyway. As far as what Veek said, I think considering it as a lair or hive makes sense. It's going to be a lot of fucking annoying work in Firegraph to do that, but it does make sense, giving him an equivalency in that sense. And I also thought about, like, well, I guess that just allows you to do that. The problem is, like, in theory, if you had early vision and you saw he didn't have a hive, but it was building an Ultralisk Cavern, it might confuse you, and you might be like, what the fuck, is this a cheat? But I guess the odds of players getting complete vision of the player to the point where they can comfortably assert that there is no way they have, you know, X or Y in terms of, you know, they absolutely, you're 100% sure they don't have a hive, and you also saw them build a Ultra's Cavern. Like, the odds of them doing that are pretty slim. And even if they did do that, they'd probably reach the conclusion that, oh yeah, this guy is the fucking Overmind, so of course he can build that. So I think that makes sense. I'm just wondering, like, what can I do that's not that much of a gimmick? Like, I think I did something similar in Consmet, actually. The Temple of Korshakal, the Grand Library, or whatever the fuck that was called, was actually considered a equivalency, a tech tree equivalency for a couple of things, so that the Praetorian Guard would be able to do whatever the hell they wanted to do. Wait, what? Why did he build the Hydralisk Den over there? Is that real? What the fuck? So, anyway, I definitely have to raise priority for drones everywhere, I think, including expansions. Expansions might be okay now that I've buffed them in the change that I just did, but, like, for expansion drones. But I think main drones probably need to be, like, 150, and then 44, and then 12. Yeah, so that'll be 42. We'll see what that looks like. Anyway. Oh yeah, I also wanted to double check something related to these. The other problem with this, though, is that I don't know if they're just going to constantly try to build drones and not ever try to build any production structures. So that is a problem with like raising the priorities so much higher than everything else. Is that they may just decide to never build any production or defense or anything. But I mean, the priorities were already higher, so I suppose if that was happening, if that wasn't already happening, it's not going to start happening now. And if it was already happening, then obviously this doesn't fix it. But it is what it is. I was also thinking, really looking at the way that this is, like, obviously I don't actually know how it was programmed, but assuming that I do understand somewhat, where it's like Vic was explaining it in detail yesterday, where even if it can't satisfy a request, it won't leave that level of priority until it satisfies something or something like that. Like, it doesn't discard it and then go look at what's next in the list. Because what I was ideally thinking is, like, it's going to do every request at 100, and then if there's no request at 100 that it can do, it'll go down to 90 or 98 or whatever the next request priority is. It'll just go down the whole list. Another thing that I think is that if you have a situation where you have the same priority of request, you have multiple of the same priority of request, it should consider the one that was requested first in the script. So if it, and this should be like a dynamic thing. It shouldn't be like the closest one to the top of the script or something. It could be like, if I expand into my natural and then expand into my third, but my natural gets destroyed, so my third is alive, and then I re-expand to my natural, I should still prioritize shit from my third because those were requested before my new natural was created as a town. So stuff like that, like, I feel like if they had to rebuild multiple things, they should prioritize the request that is older in terms of when it was sourced. And I don't know if that's a feature right now. I think it's supposed to be, but it doesn't feel like they actually do that. Like, if I give them 5 requests for sunken colonies or hatcheries, I give them 5 hatchery requests and they have enough money to satisfy all of them, they will usually satisfy one and then maybe another. And then you'll wait like 3 minutes and you'll look back and they're morphing the other 3 because 3. Yeah, they're sorted by priority. I just want to, like, whenever we end up making our own request system, either for our own RTS or just as a replacement for this AI, we should definitely have some system that allows the AI to read, like, how old the request is and consider older requests higher priority, even if they're the same. Like, sort it by priority and then sort it by age. So if it's a tie in priority, then you go to age, and if it's a tie in age, then just do, like, the first one that you need, I guess. Or pick a random one or something, I don't know. Right, yeah. And that's really bad for a variety of reasons. For one, it assumes that you know which requests will be requested, will be created, in what order. And you don't know what order they're going to be requested in. Because, again, your natural could get destroyed after you build your third, and then you rebuild your natural, and suddenly your natural is higher priority, even though it was requested more recently. So you can't really carry that system over. It doesn't adapt to the dynamic nature of an RTS. And it's almost like you were talking earlier about how Blizzard made this AI script specification system. They specified it to the shitty fucking campaigns that they made instead of actually considering what an AI needed in order to perform properly. Well, you would want weights for the sake of balancing certain things in the early game, I guess. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, even if they didn't have enough money, they would just still be able to sort it through it based on priorities. But you can't do that anyway, because, again, you can't know. You're not clairvoyant enough to know, like, every single game what each AI script is going to request and in what order. Unless you really are, like, super prescriptive with the way that you write your code, which then makes your AI more linear and static. I mean, it's always going to be linear in some sense, but... Oh yeah, I was trying to check something. What? Oh wait, no. What was I going to check? So remove build. There's like a point where... 11, 12. I wonder why I stopped remove building. Anyway, 15 and 16 are 44, so that was what I had to fix. I thought it happened at some point down here, but it doesn't. Okay, so we'll take this and slap this here. And then we'll take in here. Anyway, I like where this is going, even if we're getting some annoying issues where we're trying to resolve some of this shit. And even if we still run into the situation that I think we're going to run into, where even after all these changes to the AI, and even after I overhaul the attacks, we're still going to have that stupid issue where they just take half of the attack force and send it to protect their ass. We still manage to figure some shit out. And when we write our new scripts from scratch and we go back and tweak the Hydra Zergo 1 scripts, for example, and we rewrite Hydra TO1 and TO2, and I don't know that we'll rewrite PO1, but probably. And when we just make new missions as well, like for the map craps that I'm doing and for in Consummate eventually. Hi. Destroyed. Like, when we get to the point where we have that sort of freedom to write a new script from scratch, we won't have to deal with quite as much behind-the-scenes junk as this one had, where I wasn't really as familiar with the code base because I hadn't worked on it for a while. We'll have a head start. We'll have a good, strong understanding of like what we actually need to do as far as structuring the script. And that's what it's about, is like those incremental improvements. And in this case, I think we have a much larger improvement than maybe I'm making it out to sound, based on the fact that we can probably reliably get AI to build up its base. Well, possibly, yes. I don't know if it's likely, though. We'll have to wait and see on that one. So I am seeing the Renegades still build up some stuff in their other bases, but not in their mains. So we might still have to continue to tweak priorities for something like defensive structures. Defensive structures, in particular for Zerg, may need to be at like priority 130 or something, so that they're not above the drones, the new drone priorities, but they are considerably higher than tech structures, for example. Like, the way that I've structured it out so far is like, my idea anyway, is that you'll have tech structures that are taken care of in such a way that you look at them and you think, okay, well, that priority is low enough. We probably don't need to worry too much about, you know, doing that until we're not under attack, you know, until we're not building defenders and static defense. Like, priority, in theory, should be fine with that setup. Also, I really wish attack move wasn't fucked. AI attack move, I mean. It's a good thing they have this muted here because... Oh, never mind. Oh, okay, never mind. He flew into a spore like a Mongol. Bing, bing, bong, bong. Well, if you end up studying that stuff and you're interested, I'm definitely down to get work done on an RTS like that, but I do gotta warn you, it's probably... Like, I'm committed and compelled to do that, but it's like... I'm not gonna be much of a help, most likely on the codebase side. At least not until well after I start learning this stuff. But I'm also more or less committed to working with Brood War stuff for this year, so I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. The classic double layer before Hive. What the fuck? Yeah, we certainly could. Alright, he has more workers now than he did before. That's for sure. And I think he has more structures than he did before, too, or something. I don't know. It's hard to tell, but... It feels to me like he's got it going on. Uh-huh. Pranked. He's getting his static defense set up. He's getting there. Spreading the creep. Yeah, there they go. Dude, he's actually doing it. He's playing an RTS, guys. He figured it out. Oh. Hi. We heard you liked Sunkens. So here's your fucking Sunkens, bro. Bing, bing, ba, ba, bung. Good luck saving up enough money to actually expand again, but he's doing stuff. So he's getting something done, man. That's all I can say. The problem is, even with all this considered, the attacks are so slow. Hey, look, he has enough money to expand. When will he recheck this stuff? That's another thing, is the priorities for these are so low by comparison. Like, the priority for the initial hatchery for each expansion is like 90, I think. So, who knows what he's trying to sort through right now before he gets to that point. He's got 3 hatcheries he's trying to make. He's got more than enough money to make them. Oh, there we go. Oh! And then he just cycled through and started building a billion things. So that's epic. Yeah, for sure. Like, a big focus for my... Like, for my money, what we need to do is make sure that whatever we do, we can easily go in and improve. Like, the code is readable and documented and modular. So when we go through and fuck around with it, you know, we end up I don't count on other people coming in. Like, obviously, I'm pretty sure that you, iQuare, maybe Balethal, are interested in the coding side of things and programming a new RTS and working within it. And obviously, I'm interested in all that. And DF's probably not interested as much in the coding side, but he's definitely expressed interest in the concept of making it and assisting with it. And so the bottom line is, there's ways to get stuff done that we can use it to our advantage. And if we end up demonstrating something that is demonstrably close to completion, that will allow players to... Or just allow somebody to look at it and be like, wow, this has some potential. I wonder what I can do with this. Like, to me, that's important. And if somebody comes in and says, I want to help you guys out with this coding, to me, that should be something that they can do. And so the barrier of entry should be rather small. I gotta fix this. So, like, if we can make the code modular so that any of us that are already interested in helping with the code can do that, and so that every bit of code that we produce can be tweaked. Like, it's not an easy task, but it should be done. Like, I think it should be done. And it should be done that way. So, that's what I think. Sub Ultralisk. Yeah, like, it's not easy for anybody, but I think we don't have to write it in the sense where we're optimizing it as we go. Like, it's better to write the code and then probably just, like, straight up rewrite the code or significantly tweak it, whatever you find to be easier in a given situation. That, to me, is probably a good idea. All right, so he's hung up on priorities again. It seems like the priority of structures, of, say, Ultralisk Cavern, tech structures like that should be increased significantly, because I don't know what he's trying to request right now, but he's not doing anything. He's He's not even building attacks, as a matter of fact, as far as I can tell. His larvae are completely idle. And yeah. Now he's defense building. But he's not... So the train requests for attack add are like 60. Oh, no. When he had got attacked, he unfucked himself. Weird. That's very strange. Why would that be the condition? What's up, the KO Constantin okay? Or should I say Co-Constantinok? You tell me, man. But yeah, basically like removing hard code from the equation for sure. We could start out with hard code and then figure out what can be replaced with soft code. A lot of iteration for that sort of thing. I'm not expecting it to just work out of the box, but... Thanks for the sub. I'm glad that that's my fucking... my alert. That's great. Big fan. They still didn't bother sending anybody over there, it looks like. Oh, oh, he's mining. He's busy, dude. So here's another thing. This actually leads me to my next little thought process for this sort of thing. So we saw how him being attacked provoked him into spending his money. Now I think we can automate this process to some degree. We can make this automatic. So if we go into the defense thing, where is it? So this is a CAG script, but I'm going to be instituting it for every AI, so it doesn't really matter that much. Now, in this particular case, do this. Oh yeah, I have to do set pause. It's going to be a... Oh yeah, it's right here. Okay. So 12 times. I'm trying to do like it's 480 is 30 seconds. So we'll do 40. Um, 40. All right, so this is a really dumb system that we have to use. But I think with this system, this tweak, we're going to automatically call defense build every 30 seconds, even if there's no attacks. So in this case, we'll do deaths 13 set 0 z begin, and that'll be all we need. So we'll do that. I'm pretty sure that should work out. I've never used a set pause variable before, so that could be wrong, but I'm hoping it's not. Maybe it needs to be a unique name. I don't know how it works. variables are. It's just for so that you can call the it's basically you know how you can just go to a block name. We have to use set pos variable, block name, and then a new block name, and the new block name is what you use in the script comparisons, basically. So in this case, we're returning back to it. So it's not really the same kind of variables you were probably hoping for, we'll say. But so we'll see what happens there. Because I don't like the idea that the AI can be frozen for whatever reason. So seems to be compiling okay. But I don't actually know if the compiler checks for functionality in that sense, so... What do you mean? The deaths command? You can do add and subtract. That's what I was just doing. In here, I do add 1 Z beacon and set 0, but you could do subtract if you wanted to. Yeah, that was one of the... I mean, it wasn't even iQuire's code. That's a command from Nave. But yeah, that's been in the game since... That was part of the command when it first came out. So, yeah. No, I use that all the time sometimes. All the time sometimes, by the way. So the other thing, of course, is I'm thinking maybe we need to increase priority of text structures from where they are right now. And I did already talk about defensive structures maybe needing more priority as well. But we'll see what happens. So they expand pretty fast over here. Now, another bit about this, though, is we are sort of gimmicking the AI as far as building production structures or building training troops. Because we're using the defense build plus default min shit to goad them into building units where otherwise they would never build units. So we are probably going to need to use the Q command or something else, or find some way to set... like some sort of opcode that will set a priority of all attack adds. Because obviously attack add just goes through at priority 60, but that's never going to actually be requested, you know what I mean? Like, you're never going to see that. That's my next concern, is that throughout all of these priority changes, like, what happens to simple attack adds? Like, when you can no longer get them. So we'll probably have to queue that sort of thing. Rather than what we were doing, I guess. But they seem to be doing okay. Maybe raise priority of expansion workers, I'm not sure. What do you mean? Not really to what, specifically? I said like 50 things, so I had lost track of what you may be responding to. It looks like the system benefited the Renegades a little bit as well here. They actually have some nice setups. not a particularly ferocious attack, I must say. For sure, I should increase the priority of expanding town halls, and maybe only the expanding ones. We'll see. So expanding workers and expanding town halls definitely seem like we need a greater priority of those. Not sure why he didn't initialize his town for up here. Oh, wait, build start Queen's Nest, and he doesn't have one yet. Pranked. I'm amazed he still has his Ultralisk, though, because he has no fucking Ultralisk Cavern, that's for sure. What's up, Klongo? Well, but yes, it should be able to, Veek, but it has not been. It has consistently not been producing lower priority requests. So, even higher priority requests seem to be ignored right now, even though it has 2,500 minerals. There is talk of once we have a finalized version where all the AI seem to be fairly competitive, there is some thought being put into the idea that I'll allow players to pick any faction, which would mean I'd have to write a script for the others, but should be possible. Like, obviously, if you're playing as Aldaris, you know, you're by yourself, but that should be okay. That being said, part of what should probably happen is a reduction of starting Zerg assets. You would not be able to play as the Renegades, but if you play as the Overmind, you start out with a fair bit of stuff. I would want to reduce the number of starting forces. 24 kills on this Dark Templar, by the way. Holy moly. Nerazim agent. And he's going to suicide into some Sunkens. Bye. So yeah, they're still definitely hung up and they're not building what they need to be building, so it's pretty frustrating. Oh. Not even sure if those are both the same player, but alright. Exactly. Well, yeah, I guess I can see what you're saying. But you could also just detect if they only have exactly one, and then wait until they have more or something. Because if they only have one production structure, they should probably focus on increasing the number of production structures they have. I guess that could lead to some other edge cases, though, where you have, like, an AI that's not... Wow, holy fuck, they took forever to build their Spire, I just realized. Alright, so we definitely need to increase priority of that stuff. But you could get into some edge cases where the AI only has one production structure left, and no builders, but still has resources, and then doesn't attack. But I feel like that's pretty niche. Probably won't be that big of a deal if it does happen. All right, so we're getting somewhere here. Yeah, well, the problem is you can't do like a multifaceted check. For example, you can't do something like if AI has less than one worker and AI has one production structure or something like that. Like you can't combine both of those, which sounds like it's not that big of a deal, but it is, because basically what you have to do is then multi-thread a check, a function that just checks if both of those things are true, and if it's true, set some other depth or variable or whatever that you can then use to synchronize with the other block. So it just becomes a much more overhead to do that, basically. Which is really dumb, obviously, but... And ideally we wouldn't need to worry about that, but we do. All right, so in theory, that should be good. Just an insane number of proxies. This AI had so much work put into it, and really we haven't been able to even see a glimpse of all the potential and what the intent behind all the work was until recently when it actually started building its fucking defenses. Oh, another thing I've got to keep track of is upgrades, though. Whether or not they're upgrading as much as they ought to be. Okay. Let's try that out. Ah, I see you had to send it 3 times. Yeah, I've done systems similar to this before. We could probably work this in somewhere. The attack system that I was going through with you yesterday has a lot of potential to be augmented depending on what you need or what you want. So it's pretty good that way. Yeah, I've done loop systems with that all the time. That's how I do expansions in this map, actually. I do expansions in this map by, like if we go to Rainer, for example. I add 1 larva, and let's see. There's a random chance for it to jump back up, but if it has at least 3, then it jumps to this, sets it to 0, waits, and then returns to the loop. It's definitely not as clean as it could be, but that's like an example of me using depth arithmetic to use that. So that's why I was surprised you didn't know about that. Like it's pretty. It's like taking the concept of variables and incrementing certain things and all that, which is fairly basic as far as concepts go for programming, and using it in this context, like adapting it to what you can do with Broodwar AI. So that particular one doesn't use subtract per se, but we go. Getting a Queen's Nest much more reasonably as far as time is concerned. Big fan. Let's check out a CAG. It's getting another layer. Hive being morphed. Basilisk then being morphed. How are we doing over here? Oh, look at them. They are going much... One hit, by the way. Yeah, we've got to disable that behavior at some point. The behavior of people running away from air units that are above cliffs. Like, clearly Blizzard just didn't know how to tell the AI to move their units a little bit closer and then grab the attack target. So, but at some point we've got to, like, fix that ourselves, which is really silly. This is the first time I've seen a Basilisk Den from these guys in a while. Unfortunately, they didn't bother... I think I have to once again raise priority of defensive structures to be above 110 so that they slap those down. But things are looking up. We got 2 proxies, right? This one just got set up, it looks like. And they are sort of rebuilding the colonies. Sort of. Resetting workers nicely. Got a lot of production over here. Would be a shame to lose it. What are we doing over here? What the fuck? I don't know about that one. That's a little confusing. There you go, Sunken coming up. Only took him, I don't know, 10 minutes. Yeah, we're definitely getting somewhere, though. This is much better than it was. Zerg probably too strong now. I mean, we still want to make sure that we're consistent in our approach here, but... I don't know what happened to his base layout, but that's okay. Aha, a battle inside the enemy's base. Always love to see that. Classic free-for-all gameplay. Aldaris is still pretty subdued in his, you know, his behavior. Not sure what's quite going on there, but it's okay. I also really have no idea what happened over here. That's quite confusing. I guess... Does it call the wrong thing, maybe? Like, it creates it there, but... I don't know. $2048, $1168. Yeah, that seems like a very strange bug. I have no idea. That's the correct stuff there. Annihilated. Even more broodlings. Bye. When it works against them. Oh, they have their Defiler Mound out. Excellent. Yeah, this has fucking evolved, man. Hey, stack. They're stacking. They're hacking, dude. Rainer's hacking. Get him. I would also like to have Tassadar, use mind control to grab some Ultralisks or something. But we have to actually implement Dark Archons before we do that. So, who knows what will happen there. Rude. Raynor's got some men. I like how Raynor has not really, like, he has factories, but he doesn't really. I guess that's a bug in his main or something. Something's gone wrong with Raynor, because he's like, I'm just gonna build infantry. Okay, you say so, man. Yeah, I replaced the Dark Archons with Hierophants, because for whatever reason I forgot that I was planning on using them for something. What a heroic gentleman. But things are escalating. Things seem to be going well. Static defense actually being set up. Should be interesting to see how this shapes up. Definitely taking a little too long in Kag's main. And actually the Overmind's main as well seems to be frozen in some way. Frozen in time. And not every base is properly set up. So again, raising priority slightly for static defense seems like a good idea. Hi. Of course, the other question is, at what point do we decide, hey, you know what we should do is, like, I don't know. I wonder at what point we end up deciding, for example, like, just repeating or resetting the other AIs, right? Like, if I do the same system for defense calls with no other changes, because they seem to work fine otherwise. Like, they seem to set up defenses and stuff. If I did all that, like, what would I gain? If I did the same defense system that I'm doing for Zerg, for all the other AI, would we see an even, like, just a psychotic performance improvement for them? Like, I'm going to try it on Artanis next. See what happens to him, but that seems like could be dangerous. Hey, look. Zerg here. Hi. Just a migration of overlords, I guess. Probably trying to detect a Dark Archon or Dark Templar, rather. Oh, when you were trying writing unit underscore name, you mean? Like using the command? What the fuck? How is that? Whoa! They're hacking. Yeah, but oh, so you just mean like writing a in terms of like actually writing in dialogue or something? I thought you were talking about like when you use the unit name command. You weren't used to writing all that other shit. So slightly buff that. And what else was I going to increase priority of? It was the static defense, but they also seemed to lag behind in a few other areas. I'm not really sure what it was. Yeah, I don't remember what other thing I wanted to investigate improving. As far as, dude, what the fuck? If you have caps lock on and you do Control A, it does not work in Pi AI. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one, man. That seems dumb as fuck. Just saying. Oh yeah, I should do some debug messages. As a matter of fact, I should do... Just so I actually know what's happening. Because I don't actually know if it's working properly. Oh. Oops. Oh, the other thing is this. Go. Yeah, I theorized a while ago that a safer way to do this sort of thing for attacks would probably be to do what you're describing, but really what we need is an attack system that works with everything. You know what I mean? Like an attack system that actually scans and sees what's happening here. I think maybe 720 is supposed to be the number that I'm looking for, and not 480. 480 is probably like 15 or something. So that's 60. Anyway, outside of that little bug, which might actually be better for this anyway. I'm not sure. Things seem to be going okay. This is a prank. Uh-oh. Bully. Bully alert. Wake up. I picked a kind of shitty player to test this with, though. Insofar as we have a player that is rarely actually attacked. So I'm just going to fast forward until I see something else. He will eventually get attacked, it's just a matter of time. Speaking of eventually getting attacked, these guys seem to have fallen over. Not quite sure what happened there. I'll have to take a closer look at them. Oh, they set that up properly this time. That is a very strange bug, though. I have no idea what could be causing that. Renegades are completely dead. I don't know what happened to them. Creep bug. Scourge here. I have not been paying that much attention to Aldaris, but he seems pretty good. So it actually paused the return, but it didn't print the message, so I'm wondering what happened there. Set 0 beacon. Return. You have to set the priority pretty high, I think, to stop them from unloading it forever. Perpetually. Yeah, puzzling that it doesn't, Oh, in this case, it's not even stopping. No, I just realized what happened anyway. It's just a dumb issue for me. Try that. 'Cause I don't have any reset built in unless... Oops. Oh, now we're returning in combat? That doesn't seem right. What the fuck? Because I want to understand why Stormborne didn't work as far as the AI is concerned, and to test my ability to understand what's happening. Oh, good job. So I'm having some problems here. Maybe you can enlighten me as to why this doesn't work. So I have a loop that adds 1 to Z Beacon deaths for the current player, and then waits 12 frames. And if there's at least 60 Z Beacon deaths, it sets them to 0 and returns. So it jumps back to the script otherwise, using comparison player combat, and then earlier in the script I used set pause variable to call def check. What? What do you mean? How does it not loop? This is the loop right here. This jumps it back. Right here. I only have this. Well, I have comparisons for all of the AI of player combat in this sense, but yeah. Well, eventually it'll exit the loop. If the player is in combat, then it sets it to 0 and returns. And if the player has at least 60 beacons, then it will jump down here and return and set it to Z. Set it to 0. 0 Z beacon. So I don't see how it could exit the loop other than those two built-in exits. I want it to eventually exit if it's been at least 30 seconds. Which 12 times 60. Why would it? 720. 24 is 30. So it waits 30 seconds, in theory, between jumping, and it will exit sooner if the player becomes in combat. I did add prints. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't work, it seems. I'll add one more, but... Well, it calls def check, but... No, if it doesn't jump, there are events. because that's... If it's false, that means that the current player's buildings and enemy players... Well, any player's units are not fighting each other. If the current player's buildings and any player's units are attacking each other, then this will return... This will not be false. This will be true, and then it'll proceed. You never told me that, and I don't even know what that means, so I cannot possibly remember that. What does that even mean? Entire game session. It should definitely have looped back at this point. Yeah, okay, so it's exiting immediately. No, player combat should be, if it's true in the moment, it should be true. But yeah, they're building non-stop. So it's just, it's exiting because this doesn't work properly, I guess. Yeah, that would be the most asinine way to code it the other way around if that was the way it was done. Like, because it's about comparing current events and seeing if that's accurate. Okay, now it's working. Yeah, it could be a nice optional value to add, like, checking between the last couple. Return combat. Okay, so the comparison is still wrong, though. It's not actually comparing the right things. So the problem here is that I had I have to make the set pause variable. That has to be a different name than the block that it's writing. So what I did was I took def check, and I did set pause variable, def check. Like, it was just, there was no new here. It was just like this. But I had to do something different. So anyway, that's fixed. But the problem here is, if current player's any unit attacks any player's buildings, it's returning true. Even though it should only check the first player ID's first unit ID and the second unit player ID's second unit ID. So, like, when Kag's Mutalisk attacked an enemy extractor, this returned true, even though it should have been false, because it should have checked any current player buildings and any player's any unit in that order. So it's still fucked up. Remember when we said the first unit ID should only be checked against the first player ID, and the second unit ID should be checked against the second player ID that you specify in this? Maybe I can take it and make it foes instead, but I'm pretty sure it will return false. I mean, it'll still return true even if I adjust certain things here, like taking it foes or changing any to group men. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Welcome back, Connor. Anyway, that seems to have fixed it regardless, so I'll at least change that. But we definitely need to fix the issue that I was just describing. Basically, it means that they'll start to get requests for defenders when they're attacking the enemy base, which doesn't make any sense. Is your full toilet submission going to be co-op possible, Veek? Oh, anybody's. I was talking about Veek, but it's because he was streaming development of his submission earlier. Right. Oh yeah, we still have that weird crash, Iquare. The plugin crash. About from Unit RS or whatever. I forget what it was. Even with the new librs in it. Yeah, I saw you also had like an AI that was Zerg in Terran or something, so you probably have to figure out if the creep thing can be fixed. That Iquare had started to do for you a while ago. Alright, since we know now a little bit more about what's going on, I will prepare to compile this plugin, as we will need to do that. Paragraph. I'm excited though. This is we're getting some like very very close to having like properly functional AI. Obviously, this AI is never going to be as good as it would be if I just rewrote it from scratch. Even with the changes to the attacks that I'm going to be doing and the obviously the overhaul to the priorities and town thread and stuff that I did, but I think for now it'll be a solid update. Once we fix all the crashes, we fix the Vorviling issue, and we fix the player combat stuff that Iquare is working on right now, we'll be in business, I think. Multiplayer. That's probably if you're using the Knave's More Bullets Yay plugin, the limit expander, you will easily run into situations like that. So I would not be surprised. I don't even know where I am. Ah, here we are.
You have been raised up from brutality to kill the brutals who multiply and are legion. Go forth.
I will be right back. I have to use the bathroom, and when I return, we will be back to our regularly scheduled AI-based programming. Mwah. Hi, I'm back. Wow, my headphones are trying to escape, apparently. Holy fuck. Thanks. But yeah, that... Hello? Okay. I wanted to make sure my microphone was on. My, So, Veek, the issue with the, if you play it in multiplayer for some reason, it just it like gets fucked up on map start for it's like some update to its sprite, I think. It's like trying to rework the sprite list, and for some reason it doesn't work properly in multiplayer. I had Nave make that plugin back in the early days of Inconsummate, so of course I never tested it in multiplayer. Unfortunately. And so by the time I figured that out, he was already moved on to the next thing in his journey. It increases tooltip limits, sprite limits, and something else. Bullet limits. And rusts your brain. Yeah. Hey, it looks like there's no errors. It's pretty exciting. Eventually, we're going to add that plugin functionality to A's, but we don't actually know if it'll... Like, we don't know what's causing the crash within it. Like, we don't know what's wrong with the code, basically. So until we figure that out, it's going to be a crapshoot. Yeah, I mean, remove it, see what happens. I think the latest version of A's already has the tooltip extender. But, so you won't have to worry about that. But, yeah, the sprite limit and the bullet limit, the flingy limit or whatever, those are really important, but apparently using them causes some crash. So it shouldn't be too difficult to debug. Like, if we went in and we fucked around with stuff, it would probably eventually be fine. Just a matter of getting to the point where we can do that. Bing, bing, ba, bing, bong, 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 bing, 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 ba, bing, ba, bing, bong. I don't think I actually saved my AI, so... Just make sure. And again, I have to wonder what would happen if I did the same thing for the other AIs. It's like, it's just funny to me. Guess I'll do that now. always forget to do that one. Yeah, we should probably migrate the VX4EX plugin somehow into one of these other plugins, so it's like one less plugin we have to deal with as an external file. Cool. We've done it. Yeah, that's I think my biggest barrier into entering coding for me is like I understand the logical operations for the most part. I definitely need to improve my understanding of those. Like those are the fundamentals. But adapting to the like basically the code base, the environment of any given plugin, that's where I have issues. It's like GPTP, I'm sort of familiar with like some things about how it works. Like I know enough to get around. But not only do I have to relearn like the basics for Rust because I don't actually know how that language works and how to define certain things, and there's obviously like some design, what's it called? The basics of certain things, like the names of commands are different and the names of operations are different and stuff between that and C++. So I have to like adapt to that, but I don't really know exactly how to get past everything else. So it just seems like it's more of a time-consuming thing than anything. So eventually, I'll get there. I feel like something went wrong here. Yeah, something's still wrong, Iquare. You see how it's def build, no combat, K-def, def check, and then def return 30 seconds immediately. Something's stopping it from setting the beacon to 0, I guess. I'm not sure what that would mean, though. It should be jumping back. It's only doing def check once, though. It's not jumping back ever with this. Oh, it's the opposite. So 13 is attacker and 17 is defender. Okay, good to know. So okay. I'll have to update the documentation for that particular note. I feel like there's still something wrong with the code even despite that, but we'll see what it looks like after this. Well, you should just point out where you think I'm wrong in my understanding. Otherwise, I'm not going to ever learn until, like, I mean, I'm going to be studying this shit on my own eventually. But if you see a point where you think I'm misunderstanding something, it would be ideal if you just told me what you think I'm misunderstanding. No, it's still doing the same thing. Did I not import it properly? Let's save. I mean, it seems to be returning properly, but it's not printing whenever it goes back for some reason. Oh, wrong one. It's like, it's jumping back up here, but it's not actually printing def check. It seems to be working correctly. In terms of, like, every 30 seconds it's, you know, jockeying back, but... maybe not. Well, we can't find common spare time with my current schedule, most likely. So that's why I told you, just... what my problem with what you tell me constantly is you always assert that I'm incorrect about something, but you don't actually tell me what I'm incorrect about in the moment. You're just like, well, based on my observation of watching these streams, you're incorrect about this. It's like, but there's no construction there. I can't actually do anything with that feedback beyond maybe try to be more introspective when I'm making statements, I guess, but like that's it. That's all I can do. What a bizarre situation. I'm not sure who's the strongest yet. I haven't seen enough. Do you know why, iQuare, it's doing this? Like, it should be jumping back up to def check every single time. Like, this should be jumping up to def check, but it's not, it seems like. Something would have to be very corrupted with the code base to randomly request units that don't even exist in the game's memory or unit def. What do you mean, do I have other comparisons? Not running at the same time. Oh yeah, I have tons of other comparisons for other scripts. I'm just wondering what, like, why would this be happening? Because it was working fine before now. So I guess there must be something fucked up in the way that you changed the implementation. But yeah, I have tons of them in other scripts. But this should be jumping up. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't. And it seems to be behaving as if it is, but it's just not printing this message. So I don't fucking know, man. That is confusing. Well, I guess we'll be smashing our heads into a wall for a while. What does that mean? Remove timer. It's happening before any combat has happened on the entire map. It's not working properly, so I don't know if that helps you understand what I'm getting at, but yeah, well, there aren't any combat events to register at all, and it's still breaking, so I don't think it has anything to do with that. And it's checked every 12 frames. But it isn't working because it's not printing this debug message. This debug message would print if def check was running. And it does print every time it's called the first time, but it's never called again, which means like it's never printing until beyond the first time it's called, which means this never jumps back up. So it's not working is what I'm telling you. I mean, it seems like it is, based on the behavior of the AI, but this print message is never printed. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Fucking confusing, mate. Oh, okay. I forgot about that. I don't think that's the problem either, though, because that would still be false. So I'm pretty sure something is still fucked up, but we'll test with this. Oops. Really? How does Alt-Tab not work? Why Python? Why Windows? Why anything? Yeah, I already did that. Yeah, it still doesn't jump correctly. It adds the death once. I don't know how it's escaping the thread. What do you mean? Instead of jump, do call, and instead of def check new, do def check debug. Or I guess it would be false. Why would I do that? I already just demonstrated it doesn't work properly. It doesn't jump for true either, so... Are you sure jump and call even work? And set pause variable work? It says compare true and compare false and just bypasses them all, so... I don't know about that one. Well, it doesn't bypass this one because it doesn't print def return combat, so... It bypasses this one completely. Completely ignores it and doesn't jump. So we'll do this. What a disaster. Oh, we can't do that. Never mind. Well, I'm pretty sure it's just an issue with jumping. I can't imagine anything else being the culprit at this point. It says true jump and true weight a lot, so presumably it is jumping. It's just not printing messages the second time it jumps? I don't know. By R compare true jump, it means that this is checking out, and it is jumping as a result. So... Why is it, why is it failing to print debug messages? Like... I just don't understand how this is possible. It's very confusing. Something is definitely fucked, but I don't know what it could be. What do you think? Yeah, it must not be jumping to the correct block. But I don't know what it could be jumping to instead. Yeah, it's def check is the block that it's supposed to jump to. Alright, I sent you the whole block for defense. So when it calls def check is when you initially start that, and then it's supposed to jump to def check based on this, and obviously set pause variable is all the way up here that says def check new, which is what I use here, def check new. So there's no reason for it to not work, and it was working earlier, I think. Hard to know, I guess. Oops. Now show the script command. I sent all of this to you. Yeah, small limit extends 13 to 16. The default AI, or the default colors. Target block 54623. Do action. Yeah, MTL itself is what extends the colors. I think that's discussed in the player the player color wiki.dot article, but I'm not sure. If not, I should definitely add some information on that. I'm not sure what the target block actually is. Huh, that's weird. I guess he extended it at some point. How do we see what the target block is? Should I restart and see if I can see that? No, there's no debug message associated with that, I guess. Block should be correct, okay. So we gotta figure out what's going on then. Something is still fucked up. Pause now. 54730. Okay, so the position is offset somehow by a fair amount, it seems. Huh. It jumps all the way to the top of the script or something. It jumps to like 4,000 and then jumps to some other number. It's not jumping back to the right number? Unless pause now is just like after or something. I don't know. Position now might be something different. I have no idea. I don't know. Why would it? It jumps correctly, but then something else psychotic happens, it seems. Well, this is only happening for one player anyway, so I don't know what you mean. It's not going to get much simpler. Oh, pause after and pause after 2 are the same thing, it looks like. There's no unit responses prefix for it. You have to replace some other unused unit responses if you want to use them. What's up, Alex Schmidt? How are you? Yeah, it seems like pause after and pause after 2 are the same thing as target pause, so it's jumping correctly, but I don't know what pause now is up to. I guess that's like... That's like it's jumping, it's falling down to the point where it's jumping or something, I don't know. Seems to be the case. So if that's the case, then why aren't we getting debug messages from the block? Like, what's... Is it such that player combat or this this comparison thing is jumping back up and then ignoring anything that isn't a script command? Like, are vanilla and extended commands still considered? Like print and deaths and stuff? Are they still considered for like when this jumps back up? And they do come with the yeah, they're in a folder in Framework, as Icor mentions. I'm not sure why it keeps... Well, no, never mind. That seems accurate. This is just a extended version of the default AI, SCAI language, which is very limited by definition. Right, yeah, for those Veek, you have to do your own fuckery. You have to add your own stuff. Or replace your own stuff, basically. That. Alright. Just setting up an attack block right now. Or a function, I suppose. Send you the entire script. You got it. I've seen it train more than one. Didn't we already go over this? I thought the documentation of it states that it trains up to that unit. That number of units. Let me see. Attempt to train enough military units so that the computer player commands quantity of them. Yeah. So it's just bugged to only train one unit? Because the documentation states otherwise. That's why I was asking. I don't think we got to the bottom of that before. Anyway, I'm using it because Q doesn't work for military units. It sets them to guards and they can't be used for attacks. And train waits, and I don't want to wait. So I have to use something. This is what I got. So documentation on, well, if it's not bugged, then the documentation is wrong. I could train in a multi-thread, but that's asinine. That's Tismic. If I do train Vorbeling, is it going to train Zerglings first, or do I have to do train Zergling and then train Vorbeling? Okay. So, Mr. Schmidt, if you're still around, what brings you by? How you doing? What are you up to? What's going on in your life? Give us the details. Or just say, bye. I can't believe it's train 1 unit, really. Like, what the fuck, man? That's so dumb. Yeah, so we should update the documentation then. Although, I don't know. I was trying to not have a... like, the system was already kind of overcomplicated, to be honest, but I was trying to stray away from that if possible, and I guess not. I think Dumorph is used once or twice, but I'm not sure. I think I still have plus Defiler, and that's it, right? Looks like it. Oh yeah, and I have to do Town's Jump, Ultra's Cavern, plus... Yeah, I still can't believe that. Like, that's so asinine. No. Why? Oh. Okay, def is a loop. I have calls. Yeah. What's the problem with that? A looped call. What does that mean? Well, you call it and it loops, and once it's out of the loop, it returns, and then you're here at printdef build. You can have nested calls. Iquare said, Nave said that he fixed calls so that you could have nested calls within each other. So that shouldn't be a problem. So Mutiling, Ultra Ground, and Guardian Air. Okay. What do you mean? How is it, how does it work that way at all? You call def check once. Orders was something related to Scourge targeting being a little bit less retarded. And SFX data was removing flag 16 from the drone mining so that you can hear multiple of them. I think orders might have also had something to do with like scarab things. Yeah, I do. Oh, I see what happened here. So it should, instead of calling it, it should be go to. I get you. Well, no, I don't really want to do that either. Yeah, I mean, it should wait for the call to be completed. I don't know what iQuery is really talking about, but when it calls, it should jump into def check, run through def check, and wait for a return before proceeding. Isn't that how it would work? I'm not multi-threading it. Beacons will always be set to 60. It'll either set to 60 at down here, or it'll be at least 60. Wait, what do you mean, maybe? You never have waits/loops in calls. I don't even know what that means, though. Why wouldn't you? It's a call. That's how it works, right? You call something, you wait for a return command, then you continue on. Pretty sure that's always how it worked. All right, take it easy, Connor. I'll see you tomorrow. It's not like I'm calling def check from other blocks either. Alright, well, let's break this down anatomically. KDEF is called, or a multi-run. KDEF is a multi-thread. So, in the main town, the multi-threads KDEF once. Then, KDEF calls defgus, not 7, which is down here. Just defense uses, return, and then calls def use, which defense uses and then returns, and then it calls def check. Def check prints a debug message, adds 1 death, prints a debug message, waits for 12 frames. If there's at least 60 deaths of that death that it's adding, it goes down here to def return, which prints another debug message and returns, in which case we would be back up here waiting for 60 deaths to be true before proceeding, which is just a redundancy at this point. If there's not at least 60 deaths, it compares player death or player combat. And if player combat is false, it jumps back up to def check and continues. If player jump is true, we print another debug message and we set the deaths and return so that when we return here, we're not waiting for anything. Yeah, there's 1 print for def add death. In game, it prints all of these once, as if this never jumps back. You mean up here? I don't know what this adds, though. What does this allow me to do? Oh, you said wait. You meant set? You're right, yeah. That's what I was thinking, too. You don't really need that. No, it's not a big difference at all. There's no deaths at the beginning of the thread, at the beginning of the script, right? At the beginning of the game, there's no deaths of those. It calls it, sets the deaths for the first time, and then down here sets it to 0. Calls the build requests, which are just like the use requests, but they actually build. Waits 5 seconds, checks for further combat. If there's no combat, it loops. Otherwise, it waits forever. And it clears the combat data and loops back up. And by that point, the deaths have already been reset to 0, and we can add again. But there shouldn't be any problems with this code. Like, besides it being kind of difficult to read, I don't see any issues with like the actual construction. It should execute fine, assuming the script thing jumps back correctly. I can't see any, like, functional failings in the script. Yes, it jumps to def return, which returns immediately, before checking for a bug. A Zerg here in real life. No, before checking for a comparison. That's all it does. So then this... What? What do you mean looks like call? Yeah, it's returning the def check call. So I call def check. I call def check. Def check is waiting to return. It will either return in its main thread or it will jump to a different return quicker. At which point you'll see def build. I mean, that's how most of them work anyway. It returns back to the point where it was called. It doesn't, because that's not at least 60 beacon deaths. This is only if there's at least 60 Zerg beacon deaths, and that only happens if this loops at least I forget what the number is, but if it loops 60 times, obviously, but like across the number of, I think it's 720 frames. So every 720 frames, if this is jumping correctly, there will be 60 beacon deaths. Isn't this how like timers are written in C++ too? You're like incrementing a variable. It's more like, I mean, in those cases, it's like if true timer plus plus or something. Else if false timer equals 0. Something like that. I mean, it's the same thing, it's just using deaths. Right, after def check returns, it comes down here and sets the deaths to 0. Because def check is only called at the beginning of this kdef block. It shouldn't increment only once. Why would it? what should happen is this script line here, this script command, should jump back to def check. Print def check, add 1 Zerg beacon death, print def add death, wait 12, check for 60 deaths, and then do the script command again. Unless you're telling me that the script command is jumping to def check up here. Like unless it's jumping to the call instead of jumping to the thread. Which would be a real fucking confusing thing anyway, because then the returns would be all fucked up. So that's definitely not happening either. This script command should jump to the beginning of this block, this function, right? If we consider def check a function, including def return as a nested part of the function, then the script command should be jumping to the beginning of the function of def check. And then at that point, should be looping. So this is the loop right here, what I've highlighted. This should be the loop until either 60 deaths of Z Beacon have been totaled, or player combat returns true instead of false. At which point, we would proceed past the script command. What seems to be happening is we're not getting back to def check at all. The script command is not jumping to def check. So it's not jumping to the top of this. Whatever this is, the function. Anyway, I think we've successfully put together something. Something has gone on, that is for sure. I'm not quite sure what it is, but what would you like me to do in a test map? Yeah, so it goes to def add death and then nothing. So, not sure if this is going to help you or what, but... What do you mean, wait for what? What? What is gained with that exactly? Wait for a number of seconds? The thing is, I still need to... That doesn't really... Yeah, that doesn't really help me in this case, though. Because I still need to abandon the check completely to... If there is actually player combat, then they need to start building defenders immediately. If there isn't... This system replaces defense build. So I'm still using defense build, but I'm only doing it when they're under attack or every 30 seconds. One or the other. So every 30 seconds, the AI says, I'm going to build defenders. And this is so that, because combined with default min, this allows them to actually manage defenders more reasonably. If there's no combat, proceed. If there is combat, immediately proceed. No wait at all if there is combat. That's what I'm doing. That's what's going on. The wait for will only help me in one of those two things. It will not help me to immediately proceed if there is combat. That's what this script comparison... Well, this script comparison still needs to work. Like, something is still broken. Something is not working properly. I already answered that question. Orders fixes Scourge and maybe something related to Scarabs in terms of their targeting. And SFX data is just removing flag 16 on drone mining. How will it allow me to immediately proceed? Something is still not right with them jumping, is what I'm telling you. Like, we're still not actually jumping back to this thread. Something is still broken with jumping. So wait for is a band-aid fix for one of those issues. Oh, okay. So wait for, and then even if the condition is not true. Okay, well, that's a band-aid fix. Yeah, it'll help me with this situation, but we still need to get working jumps. Like, this isn't... We can't have not working jumps. We still need to be able to do this. So yes, wait for would be great in that context. But we still need to figure out something so that we don't have to have that band-aid fix for everything. Like, that won't work for everything. But yes, if you want to do wait for now, that will help me. So we'll do... well, I guess it's seconds, so or frames, rather. So this would work then? Seems fine to me. That's much simpler as well, obviously. Okay, cool. Bong. Alright, let me slap this stuff in then. What's that? I'm happy with that system, though. That's much cleaner. And we also got the attack system taken care of for CAG, which means I can easily adapt it for the other Zerg AI. And then also easily, but not as easily, adapt it for the other AI. So that's pretty cool. And we did it all in about 4 hours. That's also pretty fucking cool. Well, I think that will do it for today. We had a pretty productive morning, and I'm happy about that. We've done it. Ladies and gentlemen, I will see you all tomorrow to complete this cycle of silliness. And, yeah. Hopefully everything works out. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. I think we got some pretty good shit on our hands here. Fare thee well, Mental Jen. Bye.